Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How is everyone this fine Sunday? Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Bill. Hey, Did Bob. And Martin and Malfrey and Nurglerot. Hey, Andres, Jose. What else do we have? James. James and Honored Twig and Doom. Hey, Rod. Hey, Keith and Thomas. And Keith and Jaeger. How are folks? Hey, 3D Wolf. Welcome. Saw you over on Grant's stream. Muffo, and Scott, and Bearded Bucket, Simon, and Danny. And that's as far up as I'm going to scroll right now. Otherwise, I'll just get lost. We are back on the Milo build today. This is going to be fun. We're on to the Z axis. Hey, Maurice, thanks for being a member. 20 months. Good evening where you are. Hey, Scope. Sissy Kid. Alex and Chris. Hey, Pez. How are you doing, Liz? Hey, Jeff. Beartastic. Timor. Don't Knock It. Dark. Greg and Zuko and Cliff. Let me get some parts. We are going to get on this. Let me get some parts. I know we're going to need a bunch of stuff. Let's see. We're going to be building on the plate here today. So, now we're going to need a few things. Got them all hidden back here. I got Thomas. Thanks for being a member. Let's make some chips. Oh, we won't be making chips today. Guaranteed. But we're going to make significant progress towards that goal. Is that a V24? Well, no, it's not. That's not a V24. That 100% is not a V24. Well, maybe I shouldn't say 100%. Ooh. Bling, bling. Hey, Mac boy. Oh, I scrolled up. My starts are still waiting for the mounted passes to open. Yeah, I hear that's really bad. 70 miles of freeway shut down. I could watch the members live stream, but couldn't join chat. Weird. Hey, Frank and Felix. I've been hunting down videos of Milo cutting, but most is all the Millennium build one. Can't wait to see how good it is on aluminum. Yes, we will find out. BFP 9000 a print and enclosure? No. Hey, well, Jackie. Let's see. Hey, Ella. And Kobe in. Member to 22 months. Thank you. So we just started in on Z-axis stuff last stream. I was starting to put the rails on this extrusion. I think I'm going to wait. I'd like to get all this assembled because I'm curious how things will line up once everything's bolted together. And I think we'll still be able to accurately put the rails on after this column is assembled. Hey, Michael. M4D Mike. I will have fun, and thanks for being a member. What else do we have? I think that's the things that we need right now. I do need to make sure. I may have to run and get something that I... Oh, nope, I got them. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Okay. I got him. Hey, Colin. Hey, Apollo. Following up a ton of screwing with another ton of screwing. Yes. Yesterday was 6.5 hours of Charlie's Angel stream building. Oh, I gotta show it. I'm 90% happy with it. 10% I think I can fix. So there's tape there to protect the roof when I have it upside down and to hold the latch closed. Let's go ahead and... So this is the progress yesterday. We got some of the interior in. We got suspension assembled. There are some gaps, I think, in this build in shock selection and setup, and a couple little spots in the instructions that were really confusing. But it's all there, and it all turns differentiates. But yeah, we are servo down in there. We are very much closer. So this is, I mentioned, this is Charlie's Angels content, which is the member portion of my channel. These do become public right before the next one comes out. So this series I've been doing a little more frequently, so they are becoming public a little more frequently. I'm expecting to do another one of these. Wanted to do another one of these this month, because I do want to get that build done because it's cool. So, let's see here. Any idea why I couldn't join the chat yesterday? I have no idea. YouTube can be weird sometimes. YouTube's weird. That would be my only thing. Tried to work on my wiring diagrams during stream yesterday. I proved I can't multitask. Hey, DaVinci. Is that a Datsun 240? Yes, it is a 240Z, otherwise known as a Fairlady Z, depending on what region you're in, from about 1973-ish. That's why it has a blue and yellow license plate, because that was the period appropriate license plate for California at the time. Oh, you're welcome, Doom. Thanks for being a member here. Hey, Mark. I missed yesterday's stream. I had to work. It was a long one. 6.5 hours of building that. Maurice, thanks for gifted memberships. How many hours did you put into the Phoenix after yesterday's stream? About 2 hours. About 2 hours. I did some prep, and I did a little bit. I did some, I had done wiring the night before. I'm hoping to do some after today. Depends on how long today goes. Hey, Sven. I'm catching up. Anyone know if battery 5 diode on the stealth burner 2-piece PCB causes problems with inductive probes? I checked all the connections from the tool head. If it's wired right, it shouldn't cause any problems. What system do you use now for multicolored prints? I don't really. I have a Tridex. I have a ERCF that the printer doesn't actually work right now, so technically I don't. I have on the way an MMU3 and a black box tool changer. So hopefully we'll see more multi-material, multicolor stuff coming up. R's nephew, thanks for being a member. Should rename the Phoenix to Big Frame Printer for the acronym. Hope today is a normal length of 24 hours. Hey, Jermaine. Hey, Steve. Where was I? Was there another question? I don't think so. So we have 2 giveaways today. For the duration of this build series, we will be giving away a LDO CNC starter set. So that is an extra box that comes in the LDO kits. They are expecting to sell this separately as well. It's this box here. It's not the entire Milo kit. It is just the contents of this box, which is a dial test indicator, a little stand for it that I don't have in here because I've been using it. Some 1, 2, 3 blocks, some ER16 collets, a selection of end mills, some gauge pins, the 10mm pins, and some shims. So we're gonna give away one of those, and then as every stream, we'll be giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. We do that at the 3-hour mark. You have to be here to win. Links are in the description. If you don't see them, hit refresh. So thanks to Polymaker and LDO for letting me do that, because it's fun. Taking my time on the build then. What parts for Tic Tac are you going to mill? There are some default parts on there that are machined out of aluminum. The Y carriage and another part and another part, and I couldn't recite exactly which ones. I think there's about 3 parts that need to be machined. Any soldering plan for today? No. See, right, I had 2 meals in the making. Also, the craze has started. Yep. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay. Let's put this over here and get over to the instructions. So Z-axis assembly. The LDO kit does come with what they call the full metal jacket, FMJ. That is what these are. So these are plates that bolt to the side of the Z column to increase rigidity and stuff. Mine do have, if you just so I can hit that ahead of time, mine have a few extra holes drilled in them. These were the LDO was checking something. They were testing something. They asked if I would mind if my kit came with the ones that had the extra holes drilled. We won't be using those, but I figure it'll give me some mounting options if I ever want to bolt something to the side of it. I don't know what I would, but they're there. I touched the edge of them with a anodizing pen, otherwise known as a black Sharpie, just to mask them a little bit. I could throw some little button heads in there too to hide them. Hey, Mafo. Yes, as always, we try to hit that magical 300 likes by the what is going on with my mouse? I'm sorry. Try to hit that 300 likes by the 3-hour mark by giveaway time. I do have a fresh set of gifted memberships to give away this month, so I will be doing that right after the giveaway. Remind me. If you don't remind me, I might forget. So, what else? The basic starter config for a Clipper CNC machine is just 56 lines of code for Clipper CNC. So CNC is not generally a good idea to do on Clipper, mostly because of the command Q. So it doesn't mean that it couldn't be made to be done, but it's very difficult to do properly. Just a reminder, you have subs to give away. I just said that. I just said that. Maybe you're not live. That's okay. Let me move this over here. 3. Okay, so as such, if you notice here, there's Z assembly and then there's FMJ assembly. Hey, Obi-Wan. Should go work on the printer that is down at the moment, but relaxing is nice. There's always good times for relaxing. I said to remind you. After the giveaway. So we will be bouncing back and forth between these. I think I am going to take a little bit of the assembly process out of order. Once we get the column built, I will shift gears to assembling the electronics, the table that goes underneath it. And then we'll put the X and Y axis on top of that, and then the Z axis on top of that. The FMJ part is part of the LDO kit. Yes. Discovered last night that my cell phone battery is swelling. Ooh, that's not fun. 3D plastic anti-static. Okay. There are extrusions here. The LDO ones are even a little different than what's called out here. Let me refresh my memory on which instructions we want to actually start with. Probably these. They're talking about how they can be sourced and send, cut, send, and other services. Hey, Rick and Stumbling Fool. Hey, Kobe. Hey, McCree. And Ronald. So the LDO kit has an extra amount of Z travel at 120 millimeters. So even these aren't quite right, but the ratio of bits and pieces should be correct. Hey, Sanity. So the idea here is to install the rails, leave the carriages off. I'm just going to leave it all off. And then we'll put that on after the column is assembled. So make sure the endmost and centermost bolt holes in each rail are used. Use printed rail alignment guides to make sure the rails are aligned. We're going to use a combination of the printed guides and then my calipers and dial test indicator for checking. So column assembly. So column A and B, we face each other, creating internal channel. This is where the ballast box can be installed later. Calm down. And then place an extrusion D at the top of the column with the channel facing outwards away from extrusions. And then place extrusion C on the front of extrusion again with the channel and rails facing. So then there's a bunch of measurements. So let's see what this looks like. So these are the A and B extrusions. They want us to go like this. So we generate a spot there that ballast box, which I don't think I'm actually going to use, would go down in there, right? And it probably goes whichever way you think of for the orientation, but that would go in there. You fill this with a mixture of basically sand and epoxy and go about your business. What I think I'm going to do for the build series, I'm leaving all of this off. I'm going to use the machine because I don't think this is, on its own, is going to be groundbreakingly great, an improvement. Actually, this goes this way. What I want to do is, if once the thing's running, I've used it, if I can get around to it, I'd like to just fill all of the cavities, these and the large one, on this and the other stuff with an epoxy sand mixture. But that would be after. Cement, Danny, cement is a bad idea, but I don't remember exactly why. I did a bunch of research, and there's some particular reasons why cement is a bad idea. And if you wanted to use cement, you'd want to make sure it's a slow cure, so it doesn't heat up as much. Do you need that sand and epoxy with the FMG? Yeah, it's more about just pure mass. And if if the ballast box does make a difference, it'd be interesting, but I really just want to fill it all. I think that's... John, hey Steve, what's your primary use for this? Just general, a little CNC mill that I can do aluminum parts on. I don't really care to do anything, but maybe some hard plastics Delrin or something, small parts. I have the Shapeoko for anything larger and wood stuff. Okay, so this goes here. So let's set this. This is how it's gonna get built up. And then I guess this goes here. And then this would go here, okay? And then our FMJs, and we'll confirm everything lines up. Oh, this goes 10 millimeters up on that one. That goes 10 millimeters up on that one. This is going to line up, I think, there, and something like that. I think that's about what it's going to look like. Bontex extruder gears are Delrin. The maybe I think they are the black or the white gear. Yeah. Epoxy granite handles the vibrations better. Yes. There are folks that have done, it's cool if you go out and look, where they make entire like CNC bases and frames out of epoxy granite that they've done in a mold that they make. Some of them look really good. Filling it all is probably good. I think they did the design to allow. It's accessible, yes. To put some insert that you fill into the extrusion is much more accessible than having someone go out and do an epoxy mix. It's much more DIY for maybe some benefit, but we'll see. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Hey, Sergey. Still can't beat depleted uranium. Do they do the epoxy in stages to prevent it from overheating? I haven't seen that. Tom Stanton on his second channel just did a a very timely video on filling extrusions for a CNC with an epoxy and sand mix. One thing that I noticed is he probably could have done a few things a little different to be more effective in terms of making sure air bubbles are out of it and stuff like that. But yeah. Place extrusion C on the front. Now what are we doing? The lower edge of the extrusion C should be 18 millimeters above the lower edge of extrusion D, making room for the lower bearing block. So let me grab that. Is this 18 millimeters thick? Is it this is the lower bearing block. Why does it matter that there's, yeah, it's 17.9 calipers. There are no bubbles. Well, any bubbles are taking up space that could be matter, and it really adds up. And also, I think it makes a difference in the general structure of the rigidity of the thing. So that would go right there, which moves all this up just a little bit, something like that. Okay, F&J installation. Less bubbles means more mass in the extrusion. Yep. Now imagine if you really had a lot of bubbles, it's going to affect how rigid the mass of sand and epoxy is. Okay, here, the length of the M5 button head cap screw bolts used to attach the FMG to the column depends on the thickness of your FMJ. The bolts specified here are for a plate thickness of 6 millimeters, which is currently the most common choice, and is supplied as standard in the LDO kit. If your FMJ plates are not 6 millimeter thick, you should aim for a different length to match your plate. Take one of your FMG plates and line it up the bottom edge of the FMJ shoulder with the bottom edge of the C extrusion. Oh, so yeah, that's what I've got right here. Install all but the bottom 4 M5x12 button heads. Okay, we are going to go nuts with bolting stuff in now. We're gonna go bolts. We're gonna go full bolts. 5x12. 5x12? Yep. I think that's what. Oh, I hope I have enough. I am curious. So I am going to look at one of these bolts in here and see how much. Oh, yeah, I've got plenty. I am going to put washers underneath these bolt heads. I think we will get more consistent torque and we can tighten them down more. I don't know that it matters. But I have the thread length. I just checked. It basically almost touches the bottom of the extrusion. So I have room. So I am going to use some washers underneath each bolt. Kind of wonder where the point of dimension returns will come some kind. Probably. Where you need a powered driver of some kind. Well, I mean, I don't have any kind of power driver at all. So I think the idea here is we're just going to sit here and chat and insert T-nuts. And 5 T-nuts. And we're just going to start placing them. I'm just kidding, Colin. And yes, we will do Loctite. Hey, Martin. I don't know exactly where these need to go, but we will get them lined up. I would use polyester resin over traditional epoxy, so it's less exothermic. How do I want to do this? Let's not go from ordered still FMJ plates from Sencut Sen. Why use the epoxy and granite over, say, a solid lead billet or something similar? I don't know 100%. I think there's a reason. Or lead shot. Well, lead is probably not fun to deal with. What are we doing there? Oh, that goes all the way across. That's why. It goes up here, not to the bottom of that one. Lead is not a good thing to handle. So. Oh, that one. That one's missing its ball. I guess I'll do a quick glance at these. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Torquing them down to a value. Maybe. What would that torque be? I mean, it's something we could find out. It is something that we could look up, I think. It's an M5 bolt. 6, 7, right? This is going to be a very large part of the stream right here. Just fair warning. What about concrete? I know people fill lathe base with it. I think if you look at the things that do that, the channels or whatever, or the areas, the groups, they would probably still recommend the epoxy granite. They call it epoxy granite over any kind of concrete for even lathe bases. Are you planning on using the rail alignment guides? No, I'll use my calipers to center the rails, and then I will use the dial test indicator to make sure it's parallel to the Z-axis, and then again to make sure the other side is parallel to the first side. Feel really long once you get to the other side of the extrusion. I know. Hey, Dr. Dave. I use handling solid lead. It's ingesting lead or things like lead filament that are an issue. Fulminate. Okay. And then there's going to be one. What is this? What is this gap here? Yeah, it skips this whole row. So everything up to that row. So annoying you can't just click on people's names and get to the channel. I know, I try to do that many times when I'm watching stuff. Hey, Mike. Nope, that one's missing. Missing. That's those 4, and then it looks like here, and one here. 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 I don't think lead is prone to going airborne. It's a little heavy. Okay. Yeah. Here. I'm not going to put the very bottom row in. That one can be put in. No, we need these two. Never mind. We don't do the bottom one here. We need, yeah, don't do the bottom row, but it doesn't go in these anyway. It goes in the next thing, right? Yeah. Not in the middle one. There we go. Daniel, welcome. We are on. Okay, that and Loctite and don't have any other kind of thing. Did you say you plan to do epoxy and sand later on, or you're not sure what you're going to do with that? I'm planning on doing it later on. We'll see how it goes. Hey, the GPs. Welcome. Hey, D. Norris. I think this is going to be easier. This out of the way. The rejects over there. I'm just going to line that up there. Get those lined up. Get these lined up. This is going to go right here. I'm going to do that, then that. That takes care of all of those, at least. There. Be able to eyeball these close enough. Like that. Hey, Peter. Never seen an assembly of extrusions like this before. It's a massive collection of extrusions, huh? Spacing. Who does the foam blasters again? There's a lot of nice foam blasters out there. What do you, more specifically? Silly Butts is a designer of blasters I've done recently. Captain Slug. Available from Silver Fox Industries and Out of Darts. If those names help you find what you're looking for. Still in the Charlie's Angels VOD, and you're live again. Yes. How did those even connect? Everyone will run vibration analysis after trying out their mods so we can see what ends up working best. If there's a good way to do that, a simple way. Okay, this is all going together. It wants us to, how do we actually bolt this together? Do we just start with, can we just start on one end? Because they just say do all of this. So what I think I'm going to do is I am going to bolt this to this front extrusion because I have a hard reference edge right here that I can align to, and then with the front. And I can put these bolts in just kind of snug, and then I can work my way back. So let's grab a tray here to make this a little easier, I hope. Could you not use a Hodo on this stage? I could. I was totally joking before. I don't know that it actually saves me anything though. Especially considering that I need to Loctite every one of these. So that means, oops. So that means grabbing one of these and doing this. And then grabbing a washer. And throwing this, and then it's, I mean, I don't think the Hodo is much quicker than me spinning it on there by hand. Does anybody know what the proper torque would be? I have a small torque wrench that we could probably get, see how that compares to what I, at least for my feel, what I would have normally torqued them to. You have a particular project you're going to do on this mill? Yeah, the Squirrel Brains Tic Tac, which is a miniature V minion. See, I wish you were my uncle. Insert. Oh, the washer. Insert the washer before. Yeah, I guess then I'm not rubbing any Loctite off onto the washer. That's not a bad idea. Could you use the Hodo? I could, but I don't know that I'd get any benefit. Because the Hodo is more unwieldy to deal with when I have to do this. I actually don't think I have any liquid Loctite to just dip it in a puddle of it like Nero's been doing, which I think is a good idea, especially when you're doing this many of the something. Accurate torque reading with those T-nuts? That's a good question, Ryan. Once they're up to, as long as they lock in, you know, as long as the edges here lock in, it should, right? Keyboard change, digging out the Machinist Black Book. You could use, well, there's no point in us doing it if we try to use a printed nozzle torque wrench. That doesn't give us an actual number. I mean, at least a manufactured, good quality torque wrench, we can have some idea that it's somewhere closer than that, than a printed part. I don't have anything that I've checked, like compared to, but also those printed ones, I imagine consistency over time is not as good as a manufactured part. M5 spec is 7 to 11.7 Newton meters, depending on bolt grade. I don't know what these are. We can see what 7 or 6 looks like. Okay, those are not tightened. I hope I have enough bolts. Hey Ella, thanks for being a member. How many Ugga-Duggas? Well, that's a good question. How many Ugga-Duggas is in a Newton meter? About that much. 10 minutes working time, 24-hour full cure time. Well, I'm going to be way over the 10-minute working time, but there's not much we can do about that. It'll be fine. These have a din. Do they have anything on them? Oh, they say grade 10.9. Oh, yeah, that's actually visible. 10.9, and then they have a N on this side, or an M, or an H. Might be an H. Feels weird to think it's been a whole year. One Ugadugga is half a Gronk or 1/4 of a Hulk. Just spend 20 minutes redoing some fig pins. Ooh. What about the Rockian inserts? They are likely the weak spot. Probably. So we'll see what 10 Newton meter looks like. I have a, I don't know if it's Perk Tools or something for bicycle work. What I bought it for. These are M5s, Michael. Likely the torque on the swing nuts or whatever they are called. They look lower grade than the bolts. Oh, that's a good point. They're definitely not going to be high grade steel. Okay, so all of these. So I think my goal here is simply to square this up to this extrusion. I think it should be okay as long as the screws aren't fully tightened. There's still air in the male-female thread interface that won't cure as fast since Loctite is anaerobic cure. Okay, I need let's get a couple of 1, 2, 3 blocks. I can put that one there, I think. This moves, right? Yep. Put that one there, and that one like there, I think. That bolt thread is always weaker than nut thread. That's with the same material and the correct amount of minimum thread. Okay, so if I just put it up here, all we're looking for here is to make sure that we are, can I fit that in there? Just looking for a reference edge here and a reference edge here. Goes there. I need, that I don't have, I need a little machinist hammer. That would be nice. I have a hammer, right? Okay, that's right up against there. That's right up against. Ah, that is not. Okay. Push this way. That's right there. And I can hold this one. Then I can just tighten a couple of corners and that locks it in. Feel nothing. Yeah, that's perfect. Assume the load through a bolt in this case will be shear than tension. So max torque probably isn't that critical. That's, yeah. Every tool is a hammer. Well, this is especially a hammer, right? This is absolutely a hammer. And all the machinists cringed in unison. Watch Ivan Miranda. I'm sure most of you, probably almost all of you, get the reference. But that is, especially that type, that brand, is a hammer. Uh-oh. I go through all of this saying I've got a torque wrench, and it's not in my bike tools drawer. It's not in my bike tools drawer, which means I have no idea where it is. Which means we are going to go buy Ugga Duggas. Sure it's not. Somewhere else. No. I think Ugga Duggas it is. Nope, found it. Found it. I think I even have a socket. I do. Okay, so little spin doctor, 1/4 inch drive torque wrench. If your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail. What are Ugga Duggas? It's the amount of force necessary to tighten a bolt, and it's about that much. Okay, let's see what, and we'll just go in here from the center. Let's see what 6 feels like. Wow. That's not right. That's not feeling right, because that's a lot. And I don't want to just keep going. The whole thing, the whole point of breaking this out was to be able to test that. And if 6 Newton meters, do I have anything I can tighten just to a lot, or 6? Here, let me see. Something that will take 6 Newton meters without any problems. Not that. Shoot. I don't have my 5mm. Something I can make it trigger and see what it feels like. I'm looking for a... Nope. I don't have a 5mm hex bit. No, don't trust that. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Yeah, that. And I have somewhere where I can use that. That'll work. Okay, let's see what 6 is. Okay. 6 is a lot, but it is triggering just Let's see what happens. I'm not going to keep going. I don't think the nut, I think what we were talking about before, I don't think the nut behind there, that T-nut is going, I think the T-nut is going to be the weak point there. And I don't want to just keep tightening that. So we will go through and use Ugga Duggas. Yeah. Not worth it. And I don't know if it was probably a good idea to wait to actually torque these, just tighten them and get everything together and then torque the whole thing. Might have been a better idea. The rated torque for an M4 grade 4.8 is 8.5 inch-pounds, which is just under 1 Newton-meter. Hey, Vinny. Okay. I think that's the last one that I'm going to actually torque. I'm going to get all these together and then torque them. Got this guy that's going to go in here, and that's pretty much going to set this, but they do say 18 millimeters, so maybe we'll just use our calipers set to 18 millimeters to make sure we have that right. So we're going to have to loosen it later during tramming. We'll see. I'd be curious how close it is to tram. Everything else has been coming up pretty good. I put a dial test indicator on the y-axis and swept it across X, and it's right there. Okay, this is 18 millimeters, so let's get this up to... $18 millimeters. Get into here with anything. Let's put one of these in temporarily. Should come out pretty solid if I squared it good. That's kind of the plan, the hope, is that all the attention, all the extra time spent in assembly is saved in tramming later. We'll still have to do that, but let's put a couple of these in. No coffee machine in your garage? No. You get your Magneto X yet? I have had a Magneto X since sometime in January. My pre-order has not shipped yet. So whenever someone had asked me before, has my Magneto X shipped yet, I was able to honestly say my pre-order, if you notice, I always said my pre-order hasn't shipped. They did ask me if I wanted to do pre-release validation testing, and that sounded like a really fun thing to do. So, and it's been fun. It's been interesting. There's all kinds of interesting bits about that. I want that to be basically clamped in place when I bolt it in. Well, I don't want to lie, but I couldn't say anything. Let's see. I'm just going to go right here. Should get us really close. And then there we go. Waiting for the LDO coffee grinder mill. Not quite there. That is right there. I don't think this has any real bearing on absolute perfection of the alignment of the machine. Why did you only do 2 at the bottom of the main column C extrusions? What are we talking about? Why did it only do 2 where? Bear Cool is on his journey too. He and I both had to tap our breakfast plate. Nice. You can see all its details in a few YouTube videos that already exist. Yeah. I will probably do a production machine overview and then talk about the process, but I don't think I'm going to do a video or cover the beta machine. I need to get a little hammer. I keep meaning to. I wouldn't mind making one on my little mini lathe, but okay, not fully tight, but snug so it doesn't move, and hopefully that is adequate. This will go right there. It's hey, happy Maker Viking. Happy birthday, right? Happy birthday, Maker Viking. Hey, Biney, napping. Hey, Rudy. The roll-in T-nuts, there's 3 holes. Roll-in T-nuts. See if cloth 32 will make it. I want to make one. If I'm going to make one, I want to make one. I don't think Tom even said his Magneto X was pre-production machine. His video, which he should have said. I don't know. I don't know to what updates or level that Tom's machine was. So I don't want to speak to it. Okay, now all of these are flush to each other. So how do I do that effectively? The last hole is for mounting it to the Y extrusion. Oh, all of these. Yes, these are all for mounting it down there. Sorry. One of these will fit all the way across. I can do one at a time this way. Yeah, let's do that. One he has is not pre-production. That's a little disappointing. Seems like they have to polish some stuff. Like I said, I don't know. It might be. Ah, there we are. That's the angle. Now I've got the 1, 2, 3 block down inside of here. Inside here, I can press this one up to. And then I can press it this way. Not with that. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. There. That locks it in both directions. Yep, it's flush with the other extrusion. I'll get this one in. It's worth pulling an extrusion at the bottom and butt up to that. Well, this is the flat edge. I think this one's easiest. I think that was easiest to get to. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I hope this works out. That's the idea. Make sure all these are lined up. Hey, John, welcome. There was someone else who had a birthday today, right? They mentioned it was yesterday. I think they mentioned it yesterday that it was today. Grant drug this in. Good. Working as intended. There's always a link to Grant's Sunday stream in my description. Whenever we can get them connected anyway. Phil, that's right. Happy birthday yesterday. It was your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. I was here and slightly dusty. Assembly step could use more clamps. Well, I mean, I am the clamp champ, right? You've seen my... I have some legitimate claim to being the clamp champ. Okay. Oh, one more. See ya, Kobe. Good night. Thanks for being here. How are we doing on... We have 328 people, 143 likes. We're aiming for 300 by the next 2 hours. I'll have to build one of these, but $1 going, don't think I'll make it. Okay, so let's just tighten these down. That's enough to hold it all in place. A little late tonight, stream's coming along nicely. Thanks. And then this one goes on here. This will basically be 1, 2, 3 block there. Oh. Okay, I can hold that one. That's fine. But I can go across here. So that one, clamp that one, and then confirm we're good with my fingers. I asked ChatGPT to get me the torque of an M5 T-nut combo. It replied with this: when tightening M5 T-nuts, follow the same torque range as the button head screws, 4 to 6 Newton meters, which was a lot. Which seemed like a lot, so I didn't go any further. Plus the fact I might have to shift stuff later, so. Latest fluid update lets you check the USB IDs connected to your USB-C through the web UI. Oh, that's nice. Go over here too. To make sure everything is. Am I missing something? That's the last of my M5 by 12s. That's the last of my M5 by 12s. That's not enough to do the other side. That's going to be a problem. Have any of the other builders had this problem? These bins are for the acro mills, these type things. That is on my printables profile. Nero got his done. Did he switch over to 10mm screws? Because I'm not missing that it said 12, right? What I'll probably do is, of these sets of 3, I'll pull the center one out. To keep things moving. The instructions say 12. Never had a second pack of screws in the box. I'm going to double check because I know that there were multiple baggies of parts, and I opened them all up into the bins. Okay, that is there. 3x, where's what's the wafer head? 79 pieces is what this tag says. I'm going to check. These may only have the amount of 5x12 needed by the non-FMG. I shouldn't. This is the, so I may have it, but I'm not supposed to only have that, being that it's a kit. Yeah, there are no other fasteners in here. Yeah, I'm gonna check through my little bins because every fastener is in here. So I'm just gonna go through every one. Those are still in 3s. So these, so what I'm wondering, there are some M5x8s here. These are all 105 M5x10s. Wonder if they got those mixed up. I do have the machine screw M5x12s are 79. There are 79 M5x12s. Now I did not count them. I'd bring me a big bag of screws, but well, I'm not sure if I have. Oh, I might not have 12. I might have stainless 12s. I might have stainless 12s. Yeah, I've got those left. That's all that's left of that, which is not even close to enough. I suspect that there is a mix-up between 12s and 10s and 12s. Get a couple of turns. Get a turn and a half. Get a turn and a half on a 10mm. Right here. It's all about the bottom M5x12s. 10. Lower edge of the extrusion. It says 32 M5 by 10s here. It says 32 M5 by 10s here. Then there's the note about, so the thickness of the plates. So it says 32 M5 by 10s here. It says install all but the bottom 4 M5 by 12s here. Okay. So we have a discrepancy in the BOM versus instructions, and I think even without this washer, I think they should be 12s. Did you mix them? No. I have 100 and these are, even visually, I don't see any that are off. Install all but the bottom 4. This implies that you don't install, of the M5 by 12s, you don't install the bottom 4s. Oops. Of them, it implies that when this is in teeny tiny text up here, big text down here, I think it's a clarity issue, but that's fine. We can deal with it. I think it is a issue in clarity. I am going to, I'm probably going to be short M5 by 12s later if I do this. So I think I'm going to flip all of these for 10s that I have in here, which means doing Loctite on 30 fasteners and just let the 1.5 threads be okay. So let's just get on it. It's able to be tightened. If I have a bad T-nut that strips out, I'm going to just pull them one at a time. I'll just have used Loctite on those. 1.5 thread doesn't sound right though. It doesn't. Well, I'm also using a washer. So I am using a washer. I could do this without a washer and get barely one more thread. Yeah, and that one doesn't even tighten. I don't want to not use a washer. It doesn't call for a washer, but it's proper to use a washer for this. Frustrating. It's proper to use a washer for this. I wanted to use a washer. Frustrating that I can't. They're exactly flush. I don't care what Nero did or didn't do. I can make my own decisions on what is proper in build techniques. Every builder before me didn't use a washer. Exactly. If I just did the exact same thing as what everyone else did, then what am I here for? I think a washer gives you a more consistent tightening surface. You're not gouging into the aluminum below. Now we're tightening these into aluminum, gouging into the aluminum. You're not getting as consistent of a tightening. I don't think I have enough 12s to make up the difference is the problem. And I'm afraid that further on in the assembly, it's going to call for 12s that I'm not going to have enough of, and it's going to need 12s. So the only way to continue the build today is to put 10s in and abandon the idea of using washers. Nero does screws, he uses washers. I'm the only one installing every other screw to save time. It's similar to on the extrusions, why I use washers there, is that it gives a, like it said, a bearing surface, a consistent tightening surface that helps resist the extrusion twisting as you tighten. Yeah, I mean, I can get more screws. I can request that LDO send me more of these nickel plated screws because I can't do anything else, right? Where you can see them anyway. But to continue today, I will be moving on. Increased area of contact. Lots of reasons to use it. It should be in the spec. So when Dave or Jake is watching this later, I'm sure they've heard it before. I think they should be speccing washers underneath these bolts. Use washer in my 4040 frame yesterday. It's much easier to square. Yes. All that is, if I was building one, I know where I would follow. Amazon doesn't offer drone delivery in your area. Well, they don't have these nickel plated bolts for sure. It's not the end of the world, just a little annoying. I'm curious, why are these in 4x12s if they're going into the exact same configuration? Into a 2020 slot, into a T-nut. There's no reason for that to be different. So I don't think, I would expect that that's not intentional, that that's different. It's just inconsistent. That's the one that I tightened with the torque wrench. If there's 2 millimeters worth of shimming required, if there's more than a significant amount required, then there's something bigger wrong. Probably because those use washers. We must all build the same. How you doing, Reth? Reth, have you been following my green V2 build? I'm really curious how it's going to behave with input shaper. We can probably think that bear cool, but I doubt that's actually the thought process. I think it's just inconsistency, which is fine. I mean, these projects are very, very, I know how difficult it is to get things consistent. We go through and release a printer, and a year later, someone comes up with some very obvious problem in it that is the first time it's been reported, and it's like, forehead slap moment. How did we do that? So this is not a knock on the team. It's just awareness, just pointing it out. I've looked at stuff I did myself, and I know I was the one that made the mistake. And it's just like, how in the world? So I've done it. Always need to be challenged. It's a mod too, so it wasn't necessarily the Millennium team either. But it is a mod that follows their official recommendation for the size of these on the page that is in their documentation on the kit that they've tested. These are 6mm plates, which is what this page is all set up for. The documentation is all set up for. Did Wrath respond? No mistakes, just happy accidents. Why then I'll just use a semi-solid aluminum I-beam for this part instead of extrusion. So much of the decision process in these projects is based on what's available, what parts are easy to get. You don't really get to go into expensive or custom parts in a project like this. I don't think I used M5x12s anywhere, and not a significant number of them, anywhere else in the build. Yeah, the little plates on the bottom side of the little plastic braces that hold the table together are quite a number of those are 5x12s, and they need to be. Is influenced by OpenBuilds mini mill, so I could see keeping the standard extrusions. Yes, this has its roots in that, which is V-slot, which is very, very similar. Isn't that what Jake bought? Jake had that and modded it basically into this. Okay. Other side. Back in here. If I have to take kids to scouts and I win all the prizes, do I get a polar teddy bear pass? Yes. Did you hear my question? And I didn't see an answer if you answered on if you'd seen the green V2 progress. I'm really curious how that ends up looking on Input Shaper. No, not nylon washers. They need to be regular steel washers. Okay. Now that is all aligned. I will clamp it together to make sure that it doesn't that. But other than that, everything should be good. Right here. Oh, I have not. Can you DM the belt shaper input? Oh no, I haven't actually. I'm building the printer, but I'm doing a lot of extra care in aligning everything. So once it's done, I'm curious how it'll look. Hey, Vinak. Spring washers. No, there's no reason for any of that fancy stuff. You just need a good steel washer under there. Oh, that was only a half side. Yes, but this side will go quicker. Hey, Alexander, thank you. You already make the granite epoxy? No. I want to, but I don't know if it'll be part of the build series. I don't know. Maybe as a practice, we can make enough just to fill that this thing. Because I can do that here on the bench probably. I have one of those. I should actually learn how to use it. Those little belt tension things. I was almost out having done one side. Yeah, that's the problem. I didn't have nearly enough of them. Which makes me believe that they intended by 10s. There is one right there that has a much larger chamfer than the rest. I'm just going to proactively ditch it. You can see it. Here. You see that? Much larger chamfer going into that bolt hole than the rest of them. Hey, PJ. He's going to use my cool hand wheel mod. Awesome. I am really pleased with how that turned out. I'm hoping we can get to it. So the biggest comment last week was how expensive those $10 pulleys are, and you're absolutely correct. Way too expensive. Oh, I put too many here. 1, 2, 3, and then one more. So I made a printed version. There goes your 1.5 thread on that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I ditched it. FMJ looks like the most tedious part of the build. Can you show the hand wheel mod? Yeah. This one has an assembly tool on it that I made. This all comes off, but this is the hand wheel. So it is a printed clamp so the reason it's 2 pieces, both for printability and aesthetics, and that you could still use a metal pulley if you wanted to buy the metal pulley. But the printed one I think will work fine. So I modeled a little assembly aid so it holds everything together while you put these 5 screws in, and then it's locked in. If you really wanted to lock it in, put some acetone in there and it'll be basically fused. I think this is the printed pulley in this, and it goes in here, and then 5 screws go around there. This is for the Milo. Yep. Hey, Ethan. One of the things that I've been changing, one of the core things I changed on the build here is I'm avoiding driving grub screws or screws into lead screws in every place possible. So I replaced the little collars with the C clamping style, and I'm replacing the hand wheels with that style. Now the pulley at the top of the Z-axis I'm not going to be able to avoid. I may grind flats in the lead screw. The concern is when you drive a grub screw or a screw into a lead screw, it deforms the threads, and if you have to thread that through a brass lead screw nut, you're going to damage that nut every time. Okay, I'll just have this one. This one. That's always bugged me since my CR10 building or modifying days, that the lead screw, grub screws driven into lead screws, and it was hard to remove those Z lead screws without damaging the brass lead screw nut. Oh, there's one without a ball. Love clamping collars, yeah. Want to see Dune Part 2? I haven't seen Dune Part 1. Is that right? Oh, 2. That'll be better. Those holes for the base, not the tower. These are for the base. These are for the tower. Hey, Frank, and welcome, Bob. Technically, one should grind down the lead screw shaft and use standard shaft fasteners and bush bearings with appropriate retainers. I was thinking just grinding a flat like you do on a stepper or whatever would at least get the deformed part, the grub screw damage to a spot that's below the threads, and then that should be adequate as long as your grub screws are long enough to do that, right? Okay, that's gonna go there. So let's line all these up. Hi, Laura. Got Sean there too. If so, howdy. I don't really need it for that. It's close enough. Okay. Using grub screws on a sloppy shaft causes off-center shafts. Well, grub screw, it's going to be as accurate as it's going to be driving it into the threads, right? It's not going to be any worse than the default setup. Okay, so that's going to go there, and then we're going to do the same. Make sure it's flat here. Do this to set that one. And then I might just go by feel on these. Missing one T-nut. Am I? I am. Right there. Thank you. Good job. At least I would have been able to get to that one very easily later. Is that the only one I missed? I think so. Nope. Thanks, J.R. Kirk. Back to here and thread locker. At least one of us is paying attention. At least in that spot, I can slide it in from the top, no problem. I'd actually go through start actually going through my thread locker here. This stuff that I've had for probably at least a dozen years. That's right, we have 370 people here and less than 200 likes. I still want to hit it by a little over an hour. sort of stick of that to, yeah, it's pretty handy. I can definitely see the advantage to just doing a puddle of it, especially for this, where you really just want it on the end. And it is expensive, but like I said, I've had that for, I'm not exaggerating, probably a dozen years. Puddle method worked great for my set screws. Handy trick I learned on here a few streams back. A little wasteful, sure, but a lot cleaner. Yeah. Ordered and used for 10 years, not bad, yeah. So many. I'm going to get an RSI from this. I use a plastic lid from a carbonated beverage bottle for my blue Loctite. Oh yeah, that would make a great little plastic lid. Would make a great thing. Okay, so that should still, yep, that still shifts on there. So this is going to have to go there, and then this. So I do that. That's probably a good idea. Wouldn't be able to do that as easy if the, actually I can do this one pretty easily. Wouldn't be able to do any of this as easy if the, rails were on. Okay. I really do need to just buy myself a little. Everything's pushed into place, and that is, yep, that's all good. So I think I can just go. Work my way around. Make great electronic screwdrivers. I think having tried several of the, like the Hodo and the Miniware, the ES15 or whatever, I think my DeWalt gyro version is probably what I'd use most, because it's variable torque, variable speed, has enough torque. Okay, so those are tight. On to the next. The problem with my DeWalt screwdriver is that I can't find the charger. So I have no charged batteries. I have batteries, they're not charged. I know it's around here somewhere. I just have to come across it. The gyro drill and said, get this to work. Took me about 10 minutes to figure it out. Yeah, I haven't actually advanced this Loctite stick in one session. I don't think ever. But your charger is in the last place you put it. I'm sure it is. You can tell me where that is? Well, I have a bunch of DeWalt, the 20 volt chargers. I probably have 8 of those, but that little 8 volt or 12 volt or whatever it is eluding me. Not a DeWalt fan. When they stopped using metal gears, I was not impressed. They don't use metal gears in their brushless stuff. At this point, it's all about the batteries for me. I bought the DeWalt when brushless was just coming out, and kind of stuck with that. One of the organizing things I want to do as part of this whole setup with the shed and everything is have a charging station. They may have changed since then, but I had such a bad time with them and their failure to support the customers that haven't been back. Yeah, I don't blame you there, Bill. Absolutely. That's something I would definitely do too. Hey, Taijin. Knights, how are you? Takes years to build IP brand and only a moment to ruin it. Build up a brand. Yeah, especially on an individual basis. I saw someone mention, might have been on one of Nero's streams or whatever. So just a FYI, I bought the Amazon Denali automatic screwdriver. I bought this thing because it looked interesting. It looked cool. It looked like a decent screwdriver. It has various torque ratings, but it does not have variable speed. And its torque, it stalls out and then you have to reset it. You have to hit the button again in order to get it back. So it's going back. Okay, now I want all these extrusions to be flat to each other. So now that this one is all set, I'm just going to put some pressure on all of these, and then I'm going to tighten the rest of the bolts. Make sure they don't bow by one. Across here too. There. Hey, Christian. But he just wants the cheapest, and I'm bad about that too. Yeah, I would not recommend that particular Denali. I saw it mentioned. It's cheap. It was like 25 bucks. It was worth trying to see if it was any good. It does not appear to be. Okay, that is all tight. Jen. Lowest torque setting on my cordless drill. Yeah, tuxedos, everybody should be aware. I very much prefer a manual process. Ah, that is a beast. Look at that, all that opportunity for filling with epoxy granite. That's kind of neat. Okay, now we can get onto here and I think put our rails on. So this seems a little backwards, but I wanted any tweaking of stuff to be done before I line up these rails. At least that makes sense to me. Okay. Well, that seems lined up. Let's see where we're at. So all these, the rails were supposed to be on here still. The next part would be, I guess there's a couple of brackets that can go on there. Oh, I need longer bolts for those, huh? Oops. I guess I have two fewer things. Two of those bolts I have to remove. Is there a thing to fill the post? Yeah, so we can get a little better look at it now. This is our... And there is this printed ballast box. You fill the cavity there with your epoxy granite, and then that can go down in there and just give some more mass to the thing. Bolt recovery, yep. Good. Okay, bearing block. And I've got a couple of so just that and this. I don't think it's either of these. Those parts go in the windows, you don't have to remove anything. Oh, thank you. You're absolutely right, Michael. Those parts on the screen go into here. Good job, thank you. Appreciate that, those parts. The question is, where are they? I think this is goes on to that. I don't know how many of these go where. Did I even print them? Because I don't see those. It's weird that I wouldn't have printed them. But in any case, I think we can go on to this part of the install. Because now we get onto the lower bearing block that's going to go up here. So once you put the motor on, the ballast box doesn't come out or go in. Yeah, I get that. I see that. I'm probably going to skip it completely then for now. Okay, we got a bearing that goes in here. And this is one of those parts I adjusted. I made that. And it sounds like the team has changed their bearing hole size to 22.2 millimeters, which is what I did to here. And then I modified those for the cross bridge supports. And isn't that filament just freaking awesome? Red Dwarf from Fusion Filaments. It's gonna go right in there. Once you put the motor on, the ballast box, it's not the smallest, but it gets us through 95. Let's say the ergonomics could be better. Yeah, so, and then M5x12s. M5x12s. So we need 4 of those M5x12s into the bottom. Just get a teeny tiny bit. This should probably still be fine, but going into the end of the extrusion. Why is that just spinning? Why is that just spinning? Okay. It's right there. It was just spinning. Just make all kinds of mess. So trying to go into here, it's just spinning. That is a thread. It's not messed up threads. I don't think that's screw length issue. So that's there. Yeah, we've got threads there. I think, yeah, it's a, there we go. It's a part shrinking issue so that the spacing isn't quite where it should be, and putting those in slowly one at a time seems to have worked. So this is a quartz offcut here, talking about marble block. This is a quartz offcut from a local place here that will actually sell offcuts. Many of the places will not. I'm not, it's got a crack that's starting back here, right here. I'm gonna replace it, and I was over there the other day, and they have a dark gray, just matte, solid, dark gray that I'm gonna keep an eye out for them having an offcut, or I'm gonna go in there and see if I can buy like a 6-foot section that I then cut into a couple for a couple of purposes. How much have been people paying for their drops? For what drops? Or assemble a 3D printer on a crooked surface. Yeah. I also have now I have a 12-inch by 18-inch surface plate. Yes, this is not, this is good. This is good enough for our purposes. It's not precision. I just picked up from Woodcraft one of their grade A surface plates, but grade A is going to be more than I need too. Hey, Alan. Starting your build this week. Awesome. The ballast box goes in there, but we're not ready to do anything with that. We could potentially just pop it in there and then fill it in place because, like I said, less disassembly later, having to remove the Z motor. But that's not really arduous to do either. And it's going to rattle around in there because there's nothing to fasten it down. So maybe I'll just leave it out and just take the Z motor off. Replacing of the slab would be akin to replacing his computer. We should have a ceremony for it. Oh, nice. A little cutout from a sink when they're doing sinks or whatever would be a good thing too. That's the ballast blocks, and then the anti-backlash nut, and then we'll go through this way then. So let's get the I'm gonna skip the ballast block. We're gonna grab the anti-backlash nut and get it all sorted. Now the heat sets we already put in here, so but you could redesign it so it go in and out and after attach in place with a couple of screws. Yeah, it's not worth it though. Surface plates do get heavy fast. Very fast. That one came in a little wooden crate. Brass lead screw nuts. What size screws go into here? Just watch Mandic's video about building a trident at Earth and how he ended up having to use a hotel. Yes. That was fun. They are saying M3 by 8. I think didn't we decide that one side of this needed bigger? Which way does this go? Let's first of all see. This is going to go on here. It's going to bolt to the back of this chunky Z plate. This bolts back here, and judging from that, this has to go like that. And then which way is up? I guess it doesn't really matter, but which ones are going to be easier to get to when we have to adjust this? Probably this side. Okay. What are we at? 12:12. 48 minutes until giveaway time. 400 people. Let's start with a goal of 300, right? Let's get to that. Get to that 300 likes point. It is funny. I do notice, I just said that, and I dropped 12 people immediately. The question is that a coincidence, or is it because I asked for likes? Okay. So the way this, the way the tensioning works, if you weren't here for this part of earlier streams, is you fix one side, one lead screw nut, and then there's a second lead screw nut that gets installed from the opposite side. This gets installed with some gap there, and then when you put your lead screw in to where it'll go through both, you can tighten this one just enough to where it cancels out any, it pulls on it from the other side. So cancel out any backlash. So we need to get the lead screw for this. Excuse me. There it is. While I'm over here, I'll grab the rails, which we've already greased. Not sure I've seen solid thread locker like that. What brand is it? It's Loctite. It's part number 37643. Our prep firmware now has backlash compensation also. Okay, so here's our Z lead screw. Is that also a 4-start? It looks like it. So it's an 8mm pitch. So this goes in here, and then at some point, when it hits the other side, we let it push away, and that leaves the tiniest little gap there that we'll be able to tighten that against. So right now, if you wiggle this, it wiggles. Let's grab some. I'm gonna use 10mm here just to make sure I have extra threads. Aluminum extrusions are not inherently that straight. When we've set all the everything, we're basically aligning to an extrusion and trying to get everything parallel. Yeah, where we don't want to go. Right there. So we're not going to actually tighten that yet. We're going to get both of these in. That's something I'm finding out when going through all of this and actually using the test indicator and stuff, is what the differences in extrusions are. And apparently these C channels are really tough to get perfectly straight. So that's one reason I wanted to bolt everything together and then put the rails on. So this is going to go in, and if we do this, there's some back and forth play. But we can move this really easy if we tighten this down, and we want to do it evenly. You don't want to put an angle on that, but just just a tiny little bit makes that impossible to turn. So now we back this off just like the smallest bit. And now it turns, but there's no backlash. And that can probably be fine-tuned quite a bit. And there needs to be some grease in here too. But that's the idea behind this, is you can tune backlash by tightening those screws. I'm going to just leave that right there because that's really close to where I want it to be. I'll be able to put that in. And you see how we're going through here with this lead screw. If we messed up the threads on the end, it's either going to be impossible to pull it through, or it's going to damage the brass, or you're going to have to clean it up before you remove it. Hey, McFartwright. Welcome back, 3D Wolf. Okay, so that gets that. Hey, Battalion. Set the lead screw, set the preload using the same techniques as X and Y nuts. Place a locking collar onto the bottom of the lead screw and lock it in place. Locking collar should sit 13 millimeters from the bottom of the lead screw. Okay. So this is an example now where I swapped out parts because the kit, and it's going to change. They're changing these parts. This is what comes in the kit. Come on. Come on. Why is that not focusing at all? Okay, well. There we go. You see it's grub screws, and those go through and they drive into the side of the lead screw there. Whereas I purchased these off of Amazon, and these just clamp down onto the lead screw and do the same job, but without damaging this. So we need this to go on here, 13 millimeters. Let's see how close I can get. What do we think? Right about that? Is that about 13 millimeters? The outside diameter difference is a bit. These are 20 millimeter outside diameter. These are less. What are these? These are 14. And let's find out what I got to. Holy moly. Look at that. That is pretty darn good. That is pretty darn good. For eyeballing that live, pin versus screw debate all over again. Not the same. Definitely not the same. Roughly the same size as the OpenBuilds retainers. Okay, so that's there. Set it with this. Just to, I mean, might as well. If I had a caliper there anyway, that's going to end up going right through the middle there. And this goes up. Looks like it goes up through the bottom, through this side. Which is the side that I, oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna loosen this. I think I'll tighten it on the machine. That way it's just easier to turn here. So HD, I went through a few minutes ago and explained how we made an anti-backlash nut. So yes, it's anti-backlash. We made it that way. This is a clever part of the design from the team. They mentioned where they had seen that, gotten that idea. I don't remember what it was, but I think it's a good idea, and it's a cost-effective and effective idea. So it's like 2 regular hex nuts. What 2 regular hex nuts? There's no hex nuts. Okay, and then we can put our rails on now. This says to do it with only the lower carriage, but Dave said that you can leave them both on, depending on how things. But the part is closed, so I can't see. Well, there are heat sets in there. They were shown 15 minutes ago. Okay, so let's grab these. I'm just gonna sell these this way. And I did grab some in 3x10s out of here, which might have been a bad idea, but let me go. I know I need to put some Loctite on these still. Position these. Okay. The backslash lead screw nuts with the spring have been around since forever, at the very least from when I was 25, and that was 40 years ago. Yeah, the ones with the springs are not great for this though, because then your resistance to backlash is only as strong as that spring, and that, do you want to do that, is not enough for something like this. The trapezoidal thread lead screw nuts, when tightened closer together, remove the backlash. Yep. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It has enough Loctite on it that it just stuck to the side. That's better than going flying. One of my old 3 Pro works well, no Z artifacts at all, super nice stacking. And I guarantee that none of that is due to that anti-backlash nut. You just have a well-assembled printer on the rest of it. Which is a good thing. But anti-backlash nuts in a vertical application on a printer, I think is not useful. Stream is actually the first where I see Loctite and such packaging. What is, and it's sourced into EU. I have no idea if it's sourceable in the EU. I honestly don't know. So I'm going every other one with the nickel plated screws because that's what the bomb is set for. I'm using my own screws and using every spot. Three Pros cantilever excess because this is very light. Not compared to the vertical forces that are on it. I might even run out of my of those. I know I have more. I just have to find them. Arizona Cowboy 1, member for 8 months. Thank you. I am almost out. And thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Just searching for Loctite Blue Stick. Should get it just about anywhere. Or Thread Locker Stick. Okay, those are not tight. Let's do that. And then... that's right, I need to grab my T-nuts. I'll check it out. I use some version in tube. This seems easier. Yeah, for some cases, I think, probably not all cases it's easier, but an argument that the anti-backlash nuts help with Z-hop and mesh compensation due to the vertical movements. Without mesh or Z-hop, gravity keeps everything where it should be. I think gravity should, on a well-built printer, once again, I think all of that shouldn't matter. And I'd like to see, I'd be curious if that actually... In any case, in this application, a spring is not going to be enough. So you have to have some other solution. Now, if you go to OpenBuilds or whatever, then they have a Delrin anti-backlash nut that basically looks like a C. The lead screw goes through here, and then there's a clamp. You can a screw that will clamp it together, and that way it basically does what we're doing here, but it's plastic and it's pushing those together, which means you're imparting an angle. Hi, Moose. What do we got here before reading people's minds and positioning their comments? Where are we? 270. Awesome. There you are. Oh, you know what? Holy moly. I have actually hit the end of my Loctite stick. I mean, it was about time. I'm actually hitting the end of that. That might be a little bit of a problem. Well, I finally hit the end of that. Okay, those are on. They're not centered or tight. These, let's see something. This is right at 6 millimeters. So I gotta go 8.42. That is what this distance is going to be to center that. Let's see how well this does. Yeah, I am not able to get, it's enough of a ledge, but there we go. And the power of the belly. To counter twisting, torque, and vibration. Gotta run that on the Mercury one now. What are we talking about? Okay, I'm gonna put that there and we're gonna test to see how close we are. So I think I'm gonna take one of these rail carriages off. We have enough room to mess around with it. All thread locker and white's being used. Yeah. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna set that right there as the front in that orientation. This one might as well go here. This is the way they come off of the machine. I'll just get this one all the way out of the way. Okay. Hey DeWitt, Tim, how are you? Haven't seen you around in a while. I popped in the other day. Doing well? One Steam's print profile for 240Z that came out beautiful. That's all pre-sliced G-code from 3D sets. Okay, the idea here is I'm going to turn this around. I'm going to grab, nope, not there. This is the little test indicator mount that the kit comes with. And that can go there and that will hold. If you want a good reason to use Loctite, just ask a Harley Davidson mechanic. A well-calibrated mill shouldn't vibrate much. It's not throwing a tool head around it. While it is spinning a bit at 10 to 20,000 RPMs though, that is not perfectly round, and it's cutting into material that it's trying to pull in every direction. I have been using my dial test indicator, but let's use the one that actually came in the kit. So this is the one that came in the kit. It is metric. The one I've been using is not. Is that this guy? Rudy, donation for new Loctite thread locker glue. That's exactly what I'll use that for, Rudy. Thank you. Chewing up metal, it vibrates all right, yeah. Well, and every one of those teeth is grabbing into whatever you're cutting. There's forces pulling on that at 10 to 24,000 times per second, or minute, per minute. Yeah, so this is our thing. The outer, the dial changes so you can zero it out. And then this has a very small range of motion. The idea here is it only moves that little point, maybe a millimeter in each direction, but you can angle this to get it a good angle on whatever you're measuring. So. Okay, so if we go, it has a little dovetail groove there that's designed to go in here, or we can go in the top. I wonder if the top would actually work better. Oh yeah, maybe. Let's try that. So that tightens into there. Then you get this down here. Tighten that into place. And I see I have some range here, so let me get a better view on this probably. There we go. Get the bigger 19-gram tube of thread locker for $23. Should have put a date on it when you open it and see how long it lasts you. Yeah. Measure. Okay, so that is, I think if I shift this, we got movement in either way. So it is resting on the extrusion down here. Now, all we're really doing is measuring that the rail is parallel to the extrusion. If the extrusion has any wobbles in it, we're gonna see that. what we're really looking for is an overall that this is parallel on the gantry here. So I'm not even going to move that to 0 because all we're really looking for is a difference here. And so we go across and we start moving pretty close. Once we hit here, we get a little movement. What does that mean? So that pulls away. So this could go that way just a hair on this end. So if I bring this back, there we go. Let's see something. See if we can tweak this. So that's 0 there. I'm gonna just kind of, oh, and I didn't really tighten that all the way down either. Come over here. Now we should be able to move that. Right there. See what we have. And that's really close. And it goes over, it has a little dip in there, and then it comes back around, goes the other way. There's going to be some of this. So it's not, you're not going to get it to perfect here because you don't necessarily have a perfect surface you're referencing off of. So we are going to call that good. So now I can just release this and it comes right off of here. I can set this off to the side because that setup will probably be good for this other side. Have enough reach to go off the FMJ. The FMJ is the same thing. It's going to be very influenced by where these bolts are tightened down. So, and it's bolting to an extrusion that's not exact. It's good. Now the question is, do I just bolt the whole thing on and use the carriages to make sure that this is parallel? And that's probably what we want to do because it'll get the most free moving axes. I'd align the second rail against the first rail. Not yes. So yeah, you're right. The terminology. The question is the exact distance is going to be easier to just do by putting the plate on here, bolting the plate to the carriages and moving it back and forth to make this parallel to here. Now, hopefully we can actually do that with these, with this plate. Can we get to the different bits? We got 14 minutes, and we haven't hit 300 likes yet. We're at 400 people. We're gonna pre-up it. We need to get 350. Went through all of that. Did I get my math wrong on my, because this doesn't seem centered, just looking at it. Yeah, I'm worried about that too, Patrick. This doesn't seem centered. I feel like... Yeah, it's not. It should be... Get a... Yeah, 19.8. They're about 19.85 wide. These are exactly, these always measure right at 15. If you can get it in here into the right spot. 14.95. Do a little math. Yeah, I think I set this to 8.25 and it should have been 8.45. I think I was supposed to set this to 8.45. I think I set it to 8.25. Does anybody remember what I set it to? So I'm going to redo it because that 0.2 millimeters is going to bug me. That's going to bug me, and then we'll just redo this real quick. Then we'll do the other side too, and then we will dial it into the first side, and then we'll put the carriage on, and if it runs smooth, then we'll celebrate and be good. So we're going to try this again this time. Do a little better job with my belly support. I would throw off the lead screw if it is too far off too. What is that? Oh, DHL. Fun package coming from DHL tomorrow. Okay. These not tight, but same setup on here. There we go. Let's see this here. Yeah, same thing. So hey, Luke. Yeah, that's visually closer to center too. So we go here, this to be there we go. actually bumped. I think I might have bumped the test indicator. Let's see. Yeah. That's there. Shouldn't he be measuring against the other rail? I'm doing the first one again. I'm doing the first one again. There we go. There we go. There. There. Little dip there in the middle, but that's fine. Now I'm going to take my same setup here and this is just to get it close. So I have a good, like when I was doing this before, I had the other extrusion to reference to rest the calipers on. But now I'm going to move this to this down. I'm going to reference to the wider spot on this other rail. So let's see. And I think I've got room in both directions. So now we go and we move this around to about 0, so it's easier to see what's going on. Let's see how parallel this is. That's really close. You can actually get this over here in front of the rail in this case. Get a little. Do that so we get a little more measurement range. And then we're in both directions there. Let's move that right there. Let's see. What are going off the plate he's working on? Shouldn't that be flat? No, this is just a quartz countertop. Okay, I want to actually use that as my reference. What's going on? I'm moving the whole thing. There we go. Okay. So now if I loosen these a little bit, they're all already loose. I should be able to go back to about 0. There we go. See that? Kelly, thanks for becoming a member. I would call that parallel. Now, I need to tighten them. So we need to test it after I tighten them. Okay, we're still at 0 there. That didn't change. That's good. 3-minute warning. It is 3-minute warning. We have 3 minutes to get 39 likes. Can we do that? As we've, oh, look at that. That is about as parallel as it gets. Okay, so set this off to the side. Come on, that deserves some likes right there, doesn't it? That deserves some likes. Carriage is back on. Now we hope it just runs smooth when the frame is on. Can only like once, or 3 times, or 5 times. Wasn't here when I got gifted memberships. I'll have to go back and reconfirm I did it. So thank you. Now I can catch up on Charlie's Angel streams. Yep. And we had a long one yesterday. 6.5 hours. One minute till giveaway. I'm just going to kind of play with this for a minute. I do have like 3 Google accounts. Well, it happens. I won't complain. How's the weather in Sac? Right now it seems okay. It rained like crazy on yesterday? Or was it Friday? Yeah, it looks pretty nice out there right now. It's recently rained. Hey, Steven. Loctite everywhere. And I'm out. This is used up. I'm going to be scraping it off to get the rest done. Yes, it is very crazy. I have to find out if I have a friend up there. I wonder how Pooch is doing, if he got snow. Time to super glue it for good measure. Spot weld it. Okay, we are at time. So we are going to give away a roll of Polymaker filament first. The link is in the description. You have to be here to win. Bill Brothers going to be a special guest. That would be fun. I'm not opposed to that. Pooch is doing good as far as I know. I saw him last week and a half ago. We're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament, and then we're giving away a LDO CNC starter set. So the way these work, you have to be here to win. I close the entries when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So yeah, so I'm gonna start the countdown. So 3, and then I'm gonna go over here and make sure we've got all of our stuff going and ready. So giveaway, I ordered 4 rolls just for the 2.4. Nice. Mess at Donner Pass, yeah. It was almost completely void of snow. And almost 350 likes. Will we hit it by the time I finish the countdown? I've got 10 more. Can we get 10 more in 3 seconds? I don't think Pooch is high enough to be snowed in, but he might have gotten snow with this storm. I'll have to find out from... Yeah, we're at 344. So where did my form go? Polymaker filament. When we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds, because we've had a few since I've said that. So 3. There's a new one. 3, 2, 1.5, 1. We hit the likes. Half. Oh, there were two. Two people got in that wouldn't have anywhere. Anyhow. Tell me that isn't worth it. 3, 2, 1, and done. Saw a picture on Twitter with him in Seattle at the con. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You forgot to wait until the last second. Well, it's closed now. Okay. This is a high-res Charlie one, too. The one I've had up there has been pixelated. Everyone you let in lowers our chances, but it increases their chances by an infinite %. So, lowers your chances or increases theirs by an infinite amount. Okay, who got in first? Honored Twig. You were the very first entry. And who got in the last one? Hi, Jared. How are you? Okay, let's base these in here. Can you post a high-res Charlie on Discord? Probably. There's a math proof in there somewhere. Maybe after I finally win, I'll be more sympathetic. Flying incognito. You can't do that when you're the very last entry. Okay. I have not been very creative on these today. Let's go a number between 3 and 21. Three and 21. Didn't want to be the very last one. Blame Google. Purple. I saw purple and orange. I'm going to do 21. Let's go all the way to 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Now remember, the LDO giveaway is still open and you can still enter. So we start pulling numbers before we ask. Who do we got? Dropping Floors with Dakota. What a name. Congratulations. Are you here though? You have 2 minutes from when I can get to it on my watch to respond. There we are. Dropping Floats with Dakota. Are you here? You want to roll a Polymaker filament. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada stores. If you're outside the US and Canada, you get a form that has you can pick from a long list, quite a selection, to have a roll sent to you. Dropping floats with Dakota. Did I say filaments before? I said filament too many times. Dropping floats with Dakota. That is a long name. Maybe they were here 3 seconds ago. Nice. Well, thank you. I'm sorry you missed the draw. You can get into the next one. Floors. Oh. This is a long name to have on the Polar Ted Club. I can take it if he doesn't get it. Not taggable. Maybe dropping a float somewhere. Dropping floats with Dakota. Are you around? Get them extra time for the long name. Well, they have 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Mr. Polar Ted may get a new club member. Having a burrito. Having lunch in any case. Nope, there they are. Not here. Are they in the... Is that wouldn't even come up on Discord, would it? So we need a new number. We're going to go between 11 and 21. No, it doesn't come up on Discord. 11 and 21. We need a new number. Not going to do 21 again. We did the max before. We'll do the min this time. So let's close this. They can still be in there if they come back and it gets drawn again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Spin. Was this the first draw? This is the first draw, Michael. The LDO kit is still out there. Pan etc 30. I don't know. Panet C30. Are you here? Take a Polar Ted is the first person to miss it. Polar Ted may not be the first person to miss it, but missed the biggest. Missed out on a whole Trident kit, but got a V0 kit because Jason's awesome. Panet C, are you here? They are taggable. They are here. Yep, Panet C. There you are. Congrats. Copy that. Paste it in here. You will hear back from me. Everything looks good. Yep. Oh yeah, Polar Ted's still around. Absolutely. Often. They went by a different name at the time. But they changed their YouTube name to Polar Ted. Okay, so that one is done. So let me get rid of these. And now we have the LDO CNC. So this is the CNC starter set, the dial test indicator you just saw me use, and the mount for it is included, as well as a pair of 1, 2, 3 blocks you've seen me use, and some extra bits, collets and end mills and shims and such. So that is what is next. The link is in the description. You have 3 seconds to finish filling it out. And let me get over there. And when we haven't had a new entry, we have almost the exact same number of entries in this one as we had in the other one. So 3. Be funny if they got or could get a 401 serial for Trident. 404. That's long past. So I think there was one. So this is where we started in the last one too. So there's a new one right there. So 3, 2, there's a couple of new ones. See, we got a couple of new ones on the last one. Is this the same people trying to get in the last minute? 3, 2, there's 1, 3, 2. I panicked. I don't think I spelled my name right. If you get the number right and it's close, we'll figure it out. So 3, 2, 1. There's 1. 3, 2. Oh, there's a couple. 3. Oh, there's another one. 3. There's another one. 3, 2, 1. Another one. 3. I'm gonna close this here in a second because I gotta. But I'm kind of waiting for a number. 3, 2, 1. I guess I'm gonna have to close it. We're so close. So close. Okay. Oh, there's one. Hey, I get to continue it. Got one more. 3, 2, 1. Spartan Spearman, congrats for getting in. I guess we're not gonna make it. Now we're done. 3, 2, 1, done. Okay. Okay, back to the build. He would be a terrible bus driver. I am a terrible bus driver, but we're gonna get back to the build now. Managed to sign up. Nice. Okay, late. I think it's probably gonna go something like that. Probably like that. Wait, what? What? 1 second giveaway? But I can't find it. Okay, I'm not gonna take that too far. I just can't. I can't. Rod, you were the first. No, I'm taking it too far. We have 404 entries. I can't find it. It's not found. Hey, Poity. Welcome. Watsy, you got the last entry in. Good job. That's what I was waiting for. I mean, let's go back here. Here, let me do this. There, see? 404 entries. 404 not found. It's the can't find it error. I'm upsetting 404 people. Okay, let's put that back in there. Is that a divide by zero error? Giveaway not found. Okay, we need a number. We need a number between 1 and 404. One and 404. You're not entertained? I'm very entertained. It's perfect. Okay, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spin. Who do we got? CNC starter set from LDO. Jesper. Jesper, are you here? Jesper, you got 2 minutes. Jason will reach out to Jesper, as long as they're not a Polar Ted Club inductee. Congratulations, Jesper. There you are. Good job. Congrats. Get this copied. Hey, Dutch dude. Welcome. Congrats. Oh, let me cancel this. Okay, paste this in here. And make sure we are good. Yep, we are awesome. Still last guy that gave a like, still at 57. You got to reload, HD. The YouTube, for some reason, isn't refreshing live on likes. So, okay, we're going to go back here. Give a thumbs up. Yep, I can actually visualize Jason waiting for the response. He does. He asked me, do you have the winner yet? Do you have the winner? Have you had to use a secret number from the forum often? Once, maybe. Okay, now back to the build. We are going to get into putting the Z plate on. So this is going to go here and place a lead screw with the locking collar at the bottom into the bearing at the bottom of the Z axis. The curved surface of the anti-backlash nut should be facing upwards. Okay. So curved surface should be facing upwards. This just goes in here and then into the bearing at the bottom. Unpin, thank you. Unpin. I'm gonna delete the things because that actually bit me the other day. I had Pex Pepper giveaway still in the description. Save that. Okay. So we put that in, then we put the other carriages on, and then we put the plate on here. So the plate is gonna go this way and setting down like this. Steve surprises us with another round. Sure, there's nothing on the tops of these rails. Move that around in there. Then this goes on here like that. Should be something like that. Fortunately, I can't follow any longer, I believe, since I got to go to bed. Take care, 3D Wolf. You won't use it today already, will you? Oh, no, I won't be. No. We're not going to. We are not. There's zero chance that we're going to be moving this today. So the Z-axis mounting plate onto the anti-backslash nuts using M5 by 16s. So I should have some M5 by 16s. Andrew, thank you. Hey, I don't like to be one of those that leaves after the draw, but I've been hard at work since 5 a.m. Go take care of yourself, Andrew. Thank you for being here. There is no concerns here. No concerns from me. I gotta go to not extremely tired. Okay, I need to. I'm not gonna have. We might get cut short by my not having enough Loctite, unless I can find some around here. I know I have more. I know I have more around here somewhere. It's not going to be stick. We'll be back to regular. Pathetic Puma, thank you for the gifted memberships. Oh, and I owe gifted memberships. So let me do that. Let me do that. I said I'd do gifted memberships. Free. Oh. I'm my own member milestone. Now I can go to membership gifting and I can gift 5 right now. There we are. Who got him? Lino and Lander, MJ, Andrew, and Michael. Okay, I don't want to actually tighten these yet. I probably might not have wanted to. Why is that? Oh, that just a lot of threads. Is the Obama giving Obama a medal? Oh. Cooking in Voron design, is the Phoenix a main focus or something else, and interested in pipeline in parallel? My focus right now is trying to get this done. You see it has a toolhead on it. Progress. Good night, Colin. Like button didn't update. You might have to hold down, what is it, Control F5? Or hold down Control and hit refresh. It forces a page reload. Okay. So M5 by 6, and then we need M3 by 5. M3 by 8. These are the M3 by 5s. Members have a membership stream roughly once a month. It is a way of supporting, yeah. So we did a member stream yesterday covering the RC car, the 3D Sets RC car. I'm getting dregs of it. I'm hoping I can get enough. And March, if everything works out, I'm hoping to be a two member stream month. Get every little bit back on there. I can. We can get all of these in, that would be a good thing. Just bits on there. I asked for higher res Charlie for the Charlie wire stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should be able to find something. What did I do there? Well. 124. I am going to keep going. We got a good bit here. I don't know how long we're going to go today. Depends on where we end up. Maybe when we totally run out of Loctite. See ya, Andres. Getting enough. New sponsor giving away a tube of Loctite. Is Clockwork 2 extruder better than the Bondtech extruder? What do you mean? Are you talking about like the LGX, or Bondtech makes a few? I wouldn't say any of them are necessarily better. Clockwork is a nice extruder, Clockwork 2. I've had very good luck with it. You're not going to get a whole lot of better than something opinions from me intentionally, because the whole thing, my whole purpose of the channel is just to show off build techniques and see the process of different things that are out there. It's not a review. I'm not here. I don't want to be here to review things. You're going to get the occasional opinion or whatever. I'm not going to be consistent with that. It's just impossible. But the intent, my stated intent, is to build. Enjoying the build. Better at certain tasks over others. All about the right tool for the job. Okay, so all of those are finally in. All 16 of those. And my poor, just the last little bits. The trident. Well, since you asked that, Nuno. Okay, that I'm going to just let that come out the end there so I can move this. That has a little bit that I can play with. I'm hoping I can do, what could I do? I can't really do that. What can I do to get this? I don't really trust the end of the extrusion to be, oh, and I'm running into that. What do I trust to be square? Now let's try something. I don't know if it's going to be stable enough. Is there anywhere? There's nowhere. Here's what we can do. Let's go here and here. That's a little magnetic platform. I can move this down so you can actually see what we're doing here. Put that there. Now I need somewhere that I can actually get to. That goes there. That's only as far as I can get right there. So let's move this over a bit. Actually, I can move this over. I'm gonna just let that go off a little bit. That's probably about as close as I'm gonna be able to get. Okay. Lol, welcome. I got a Chaotic Lab V2s and they seem good so far. Okay, so this is the setup for trying to check that this is parallel to the general Z assembly, right? So you need to tram it in several locations. There's all, it could be twisted, it could be quite a number of things to be true, right? But we're gonna just get this, we're just looking for this rotation here, right? If we can get that straight, that's all that really matters right now. So if I look at that and get this here at the, you don't have to put this at 0, but so what I need to do is start kind of get a few of these tightened. I'll just use these bottom. And now if we come through, that's really close. Probably about as close as I'm going to get it. So then our Now when we tighten all this down, it's going to get much more difficult to move too. Yes. Okay, let's get this out of the way. See if this even moves along here. It's tight, but it moves. I'm not checking rail straight. While I'm checking, I've got a fixed point here. It's fixed to this plate, to the plate. So if this was like this, that indicator would have moved, right? So I think that was valid. Rail looked like it deflected. What do you mean? That nothing's moving on this right now. If you're seeing something move, you're seeing shadows. The indicator doesn't have to slide. The indicator does not have to slide. Something has to be fixed. Okay. We are going to call that as good as it's going to get. It could be twisted, yes. Well, we're not, and that might be what's causing it to be tight here. It's moving. But if there's a twist in these extrusions, and these C extrusions are tough to get straight, tougher than normal extrusions. I might be assuming the side is straight though when it might not be. You're right, but this is as an assembly, if this isn't straight, then I mean it's straight it's straight enough in our application here. Because this is what we care. Once we get this Z column straight horizontal and to the X and Y, that'll mean that this is closer to perpendicular to X and Y. Okay, attach the Z-axis. We just did the mounting plate. Now we get to do the top stuff. So, is your lead screw block centered? It sounds like the rod is hit. There's weight on this side. I have not completely tightened this, and there's weight on this side. So once I put the Z motor mount here with its bearing and everything, then I'm gonna tighten the block here. Okay, 2 more bearings into that. Oh, and a couple of heat sets. I didn't even notice those heat sets. So 2 heat sets, and these bearings go in here. Let's just make sure, since this is bolting to a thing, I get the rails to be 100% parallel. To get the rails 100% parallel, I don't have enough travel here to hit the stuff, but the dial indicator said that they're parallel. So that goes there, that goes there. Using 3D printed parts, or printer and 3D print, uses bed mesh compensation. Straight as it gets in a hobby machine. Exactly. This is a hobby machine. Good call. Heat sets. Let's see if the included 2.5s will work in these holes. Yeah, they're going to work okay. Do that real quick. I'm just going to do those by hand on this one. Mythology builds over time, extended outdoor exposure becomes an EV. We'll still achieve very close to tolerance. Well, in the final tramming and setting up of everything is when stuff will really matter. What the idea behind all of this effort here is to make that easier and make sure that you're within that adjustment range when you have to make it. It'd be amazing how much you can dial in a machine, how far out it can be, and still dial it in to make good parts on this level anyway. Like the MPC, mostly printed CNCs and stuff. Okay. Now we're going to place another locking collar on the lead screw. Tighten the collar slightly. Tighten the collar slightly so it stays in place. If you drop it at this point, it will be a pain to fish out from behind the Z-axis. Yeah, I built 2 versions of the MPCNC, and I've built 2 machines, and I took mine from the Burley to the Primo. And when I bought the Shapeoko, I gave my Primo to a coworker, and he's still using it. He's doing Pinewood Derby stuff for his kids. It's pretty awesome. Loctite for this. Okay, so then this is going to go on here. And it's going to go somewhere near the bottom of this. So we'll just get it slightly tight to there. It's about 1 millimeter that far that way right now. Okay. And then we're going to install the Z-axis motor mount onto the top with M5x12s. So those M5x12s. Apparently, I didn't actually tighten that. Wow. Oh, come on, come out. There we go. Given the position of the slide for the lead screw, that won't stop a carriage from going off the rails. The bottom is captured, and I think when this is on here, the top is captured. Yeah, it'll hit right inside here. So that goes there, and then 4 screws into that. Now this is it's overbalanced up there now, so I need to do this here. These already have some Loctite on them. Those are going good. I think I'm pretty much. Oh yeah, there's a glob. There's a glob. You can get that onto the threads. There we go. Every last little bit. The PlayStation cameras just need a filter removed for them to work as IR cams. You're talking about the Raspberry Pi cameras, or is there a PlayStation camera? What's the brand of that nice vise you got for the Milo? That is the Inception Machines low profile vise. This thing is gorgeous. Inception Machines. Yeah. I got the little work stop and a couple of extra soft jaws. See you, Beartastic. I reckon my brain's trying to remember. Yeah. Inception Machines. Worth, I mean, the machine quality is excellent. Okay. Excuse me. And fasten onto the top of the lead screw with the pulley attached above the bearings. You can now loosen the locking collar below, push it upwards until it contacts the lower bearing and lock it in place. Remember to apply medium strength Loctite to the grub screws. So this is the one place where I don't get a choice that is going to end up with grub screws into lead screws. I don't get a choice here. Oh, LDO is wonderful. LDO is wonderful. Pre-Loctited grub screws. Pre-Loctited grub screws. Didn't want it to Milo. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. So yeah, this is the one area. Now what I tell myself is this never has to go through the lead screw nuts that way. It's always going to come out the top. So. Okay, so that is going to go there. This is all going to push this way. That's going to push that way, and that's going to push that way. And that's pretty good. That's right there at the top of that. So push it upwards until it contacts the lower bearing and lock it in place. So this guy, it's going to get loosened and then pushed up. Now I'm going to push back with this. It's going to push this one there. Push up with this one. Maybe I can push that with my finger there, and that kind of hurts. There we go. Got them. I got them lined up. After the stream, LDO will add a 2 to Loctite to every. They can't. So they did include Loctite in early V0 kits. It becomes a problem with shipping fluids. So they don't include grease or Loctite. And that's why. See ya, Patrick. I don't know if Milo would be good enough to mill the CNC parts for borons. Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason why not. And I guess that goes right there, just press down. Makes me sad. Okay, now all that goes that way. Now, this have to be at one end or the other. I don't know where it's going to spend most of its time, but I'll make sure that this gets tightened now. Actually, can I get in here? I can get in there with Long Boy. I want to actually make it over tight, just so, not by a lot, just by, yeah, now I can hardly move it, but hopefully that'll help hold it in place as I tighten these. There. Now I can loosen these just like the tiny, tiny, tiny little turn until this is easy to move. Not easy, but there, that's probably good. Now, because I forgot, I'm going to turn it all the way to one direction. And all the way to this direction. Grab some grease. There's the grease on the lead screw. I forgot to grease it. Then bring it back. And some on this side. Okay. Now we'll hopefully reduce or maximize the life of those brass lead screws. Okay, what's next? We can put on the Z-axis motor. Motor. That and that. Looks like we have some M5x20s with some washers. 5x20. 4 of these. Okay, how are we going to do this? Maybe this. John is one of the world's experts in optics and sensors. Oh, right. Okay, so that's there. That goes on there like that. And then we have our pre-Loctited grub screws. Make sure I'm hitting. That. Be interesting to see how this additive subtractive symbiosis work turns out. A long ways in the precision department. We'll see and see it can go further. It is cool. It's always been a goal to have capabilities in the various segments. So if I want to do laser stuff or CNC stuff or printing stuff as part of a project. Okay. So that goes on there. Does it say what direction the wiring should go? I think it probably is going to go, does it go straight out the back or off to the side? That's, I guess, my only real question. Before tightening the fasteners, make sure the tension is set correctly. To do this, pull the motor away from the column with one hand until the belt can be strummed like a guitar string. Then tighten the fasteners and opposing corners first. Doesn't really say, but all of the cable management stuff is over here. So should I just put it over to that side? I'm probably meant to go straight out the back because there's a normally there are printed braces that go off to the side. So I'm gonna probably just put it in straight out the back. And we can move it later if I need to. This is gonna end up going up here. The belt here. The gates. So make sure that the printing is the correct side up on that. And that's gonna go in there like that. So the M5x10 washers, here we are. should be M5 lock nuts. Apparently, LDO couldn't source any nickel-plated ones. This is going to be fun to get to. These back ones will be extra fun to get to. Where are you? There you are. Where'd my tweezers go? Oh, there it is. What type of filament used here? So the black is Polymaker Jet Black ASA, and the red is Fusion Filaments Dwarf Red ABS. Okay, so that gets that just in there enough so I can get some fasteners on it. Okay, what size are those? Ha. What is that? 8 millimeters. This is one of those. This is in the same series as my little ball end. Same team associated driver. I think that'll work well. And then see if I can get this here. Ah, maybe the instructions should have loose mounted the motor before attaching the printed plate. Very well could have. Okay, so that's going to go back there. Hold that there. I think that's good. I don't think I need to mess with that. Those washers are important. I think that's good. Ugh. My dream is to see an open source machine that is actually chasing microns. So now we need to align the pulley, the two pulleys, so that stepper one needs to go up. Which side is the flat? Yeah, that one. Okay, so we're gonna loosen that one. We're gonna loosen this one. just going to go up. Where is my... Just do this. This is going to get me really close. Because those flanges are about the same. About the same. The flanges are about the same thickness. Parallel. Okay. Doesn't really look like it, but it needs to be adjusted later. I can. Just get buffering. Let's see. Stream health is excellent. Okay, so that is on there. It's getting a little hefty. Okay. Stepper is on. We don't do the reinforcement brackets because we have the FMJ. We have some cable management. So I printed these. I don't know where they are. I remember printing those, but they're not in my little box here. So where did they go? What other box do I have of stuff? I know I printed these. There are, here, let's go over to this. This is the printed parts guide. Let's bring this back to 100%. So FMJ chain backer, this part mounts on the FMJ plate. It also features anchor points for cable ties. So what is that part? That's this. And where does it go? FMJ chain backer. Where would that bolt to? Do we have any idea? This thing goes? I'm looking in their bomb. Maybe there's a picture. Aha! It's a picture. Let's open that in a new tab. See if it, aha! There we are. Okay, looks like they might need to change a couple of bolts out still. There are these two down here that go into those spots, but it looks like this goes in between these two. Looks like this goes in between these two here. So it goes right like that in between these two. So if these are 10s, then these are going to have to be longer than that. What do we have in the kit for that? 16s? Yeah, I think 16s will work. Because 12s, and this is probably... Oh yeah, 6mm thick. Yeah, we can do 16s. So these two come out. Ah. Well, this might be one of those where you guys have to remind me to reapply Loctite on a few parts. Got that one. Hey, see you, the GPs. Take care. Where did that? Oh, look at all that. Down in the pockets of that. They're cheating me. I got all kinds of Loctite left. It's tons left. My union rep says strike. Loosen that, and then I need a ball end to get to this. I know I'm totally scraping it. Hey, computer. Okay, that's there, and then there's another piece. It goes right here, it looks like. Does it go here? Yeah, it goes there. So it goes into a couple of spots there. So I need a couple of roll-ins. I have to build one of these at some point, but I'm already set to dip my toes into CNC with the MP-CNC. I really appreciate all your build series. Thank you. The MP-CNC is a great fun. So that is not going to go in there. This would have been some build notes from LDO would be handy because that won't go in there. Can't get that in there. So do I have? Yes, I have some hammerheads. They're over here. I'm gonna use hammerheads for this. Make sure these are 510s. I do not need Loctite for this. I wonder if there are any hammerheads in the... I saw some other... I think there were some other fasteners. Okay. Self-tapping, self-tapping. They're in 3. They're hammerheads, but they're in 3s. So in order to fit that, I'm going to put those in like that. That's a nice little piece right there, actually. I think that's for the end stop wire to come around and then go down into here, probably. Okay. These two pieces right here, I swear I printed those. Feel like I'm gonna find a box of extra prints somewhere. Oh well, we can put those on later. It's not important. Okay, so we are not going to worry about that yet, because I think we even put heat sets in those. Did you like the VZBot? Yes. Yeah. I need to get into tuning it, and brake job didn't go well. Uh-oh. Yep, and then we get to join them, but we're not going to. We're going to move on, and today we are going to get this table assembly. So we're going to at least get the table assembly done, and then we'll probably call it. not putting electronics in it, but get it bolted together. So I'm not gonna join these yet. So let's put this massive chunk over here. So we need 3 2080 extrusions next to each other lengthwise and attach the skirt front and skirt back. So I need the 3 2080 extrusions. These guys. Which electronics you plan on using? The kit comes with a Milo. Comes with a Milo controller, Milo Fly controller. Set these over here and I'm gonna make sure my surface here is clean. Susan Robode when he did this. I guess we'll find out. Okay. No, I feel the same both directions on that one. I might have a bow in my, yeah, they do, they rock in both up and down. So I might have something in my table here. Okay, so there are those. LDO orange, but I think that's wishful thinking. Yeah. What can you hear? Victor said, taste the rainbow. Try them horizontal. But the problem is trying them horizontal and they feel the same both ways. If I've already tested them this way, I don't trust my table now. I don't trust my table now. But if I set these here, I'm not seeing any gaps when I do this. So right, but if I'm getting a rock both sides on when I test this, and then I just tested the one on end and get it with the same thing, now I don't trust my table. I got to figure out why. Okay, we are going to lay the 20 and then attach skirt front A and skirt front B using using M5 by 12 screws, and it looks like there's about 6 of them there. So I'm hoping we can do this. I can do this off to the side. Which pieces is this? I think that's these two. We'll show on the ends if they are twisted. I'm just getting a little bit of So that is going to go there. That is going to go there. This way. And 5x12s. Hey, Kevin. How's it going, Kevin? I wasn't even threading in because those holes are a tight fit. Let me ream those out. I'm gonna ream all these out. I think they're gonna need it. Times it 2, so it's 4 hours, a little over 4 hours. I think we can make it a pretty good ways yet. My little reamer here. Lunchtime, work kind of busy. Well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Now we try it again. Oh, the squeak. I'm glad noise canceling works well. Oh, are those not supposed to? So I'll have to hang this off the end to make sure these are all flat. Yeah, it lifts them off. So they're not supposed to be flush on the top, apparently. See you, Tuxedo. See you later. Thanks for another great stream. Thank you for being here, and thanks for doing the chapter stuff. I need to figure out what to do on those. Appreciate it. Okay, now that's going to. I need to actually send this off the edge here because otherwise I'm not able to line up on the things. Hey, Brian. Welcome. Son's card 2 weeks ago and wife's last weekend. Done more than my fair share of car maintenance. So this all goes in. These together. Yeah, where's that? Okay. One more on the end. I can just save so much money by doing it myself. Okay, those are flush to the feel. Turbo coolant line on my GTI went out. Ouch. These are all bolts that have Loctite on them already, Stephen. I know that's used Loctite and it's not as good, but I'm basically out, and also I'm clamping down on plastic. So I'm not worried about Loctite on these. These are all those 12s that I used in the FMJ that I already got. Used up most of the rest of my Loctite. Move over to this side. Now there is I bet you that's going to be easier to put those on right now. We look at this, we do that, and then it says to attach that, but then it says to run these on the end. I think it's going to be easier to throw these on there right now. Let me grab those. Ah, okay. I think if these fit in here well, it's not a guarantee. Nope, it does. There we go. I think it'll be a lot easier to put on now. Flush there. And the same thing here. And that one right here. Go on like that. This one's going to go on. I've got quite a... I might end up reprinting these because I'm not super happy with that. Show off a new tool that I showed yesterday, which is a Noga scraper. So it's a little different than a deburring tool. And that I'm going to do this over here, but it's the same thing I do with an X-Acto knife. It's just see you, Lars. That is quite a poor first layer on that. See that? You can see it right there. I'm not happy with that. Sometimes it slips through. See if I can put this on backwards first. And then break. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. Good enough for now. Okay. Well. Those two can get tightened. I don't know who the LDO is using for their VFD, but most VFDs have settings for voltage, frequency, and phase of input. The slides. This is pretty good progress, I think, getting to this. So those are all pretty, feeling the seams. Can we put those in, and then we did the heat sets in these already. And those go on to cap that, and those are in 5x12s. Now, if you remember last stream, when I shoved these heat sets in, there was a lot of blowout of the melted plastic on the other side. I got rid of that simply by driving a M5 screw all the way through and pushing it out. And then and then it ended up looking like that. And then I just used my X-Acto knife to clean it up. But now I think I can use my scraper to get in there. Maybe. Ooh, it's raining. It's back to raining. So I caught it right there. There we go. I caught that little piece right there. Let's see if we can. Yep, all gone. No gaps in the plastic, good to go. These are gonna bolt on to the ends. With more M5x12s that I wouldn't have had any chance of having enough, although 10s would work for these. These would be fine with 10s. LG or Sue, what are we talking about? That'll still do that. So we put this side on. How many streams do you think is left in this series? What you folks know, the folks that are still here, mostly those that have been around. What's your guesses on number of streams left in this series after today? Got 3? 3? And what do we do for those 3? We still have to join the pieces together. We have to wire 4 easy. $3.14. Include a first run. I do want to cut on it. It's probably not going to be metal. 3 for the build. Daniel, you're still here. Or you're back. And then bonus ones for actually testing a few cuts out in a project. Run electronic setup software. Oh yeah, I think 3 is probably minimum. If you want to raise your table, now is the time to install your TPU feet using M5x30s. What these are? What if I only have 2 M5x30s? Where else did I use M5x30s? I've got 2. M5x30. Grab some out of here. Depends, 6-hour streams. Hey Britt, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Okay. Well, I'm just going to use these M5x30s. I see everybody say nerd when you come into channels, but I don't feel like I've been around long enough to be able to do that. I don't know if this needed to be an M5x30. So that sticks out there quite a bit. Don't go anywhere. I reprinted the TPU feet so they fit a... That's going to go almost to the bottom. It didn't need to be M5x30. What else? I don't know what I'm going to need for other things, but if I have extras, I can probably swap those out. That's what this does, is you... Yeah, and it's not, and it's actually skipping on the, TPU. The insert isn't, I don't know if inserts work great in TPU. Replacing those printed legs with CNC ones from the Milo would be a good upgrade. Yeah. Lord get face for leveling. Oh, that makes sense. I get it. Just the height. Going into TPU feet though, I even adjusted the hole size, and these just immediately skip. Putting the feet on gave Nero issues? Why? Hey, Nadir. Just do this. What was the issue? To level the bed. We have to level the bed, right? Where's Zombie? That would apply. Did you level the bed? Put the underslung center brace in before you put anything heavy on top. Put the brace on underneath first. If the heat set's not fitting well, right? Wow, the default parts, the heat set hole is way too big. I remodeled them and I adjusted the hole size. Yeah, into TPU. Piece rotate when the weight is placed on top. I cause that piece to rotate when the weight is placed on top. Well, I'll take them off if I need to. This is gonna, at the very least, this is gonna help me set it somewhere without scarring up the table or what I set it on. So this will at least just let me set it somewhere else. So I have been printing TPU on my Mark IV, and I've been checking the generic flex filament option, and that's it. Yeah, these will spread apart. Yeah. I can see that. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not great. There's a brace, is what I'm hearing. That's not what this is it? Aha. That's probably what that is. Thanks for that warning. Let's see what it says about it. Generic Mark IV speeds. Yeah, I just set it to the structural, the structural speed. I think the skirt should be one piece. And I have to reprint this. I might just remodel this as one piece. I have to redo it. I might just remodel that as one piece. So that, and then it wants to fix there, but we don't want to do that yet. Where's the, is there anything in here on where that brace goes? Ah. Install the enclosure support extrusion brace using M5x8s. Where does it go though? LDO, is that's not centered. So what is there? There's got to be a measurement for that. Are the screws going to poke through the bottoms of the feet when weight is on them? There's about 3 millimeters to go. To position the brace based on the electronics. Let's go here. Tips, take advantage, get a serial, guides, supplement a print guide. Here, there's a wiring guide. Let's look here. This is the LDO docs, the link's in the description. Milo CNC wiring guide. Electronics preparation. We have some Wago terminals. Did I print those? Okay. I did not. The screws going, yeah. Okay, you have to position the brace based on it. So I'm hoping here. So this is a little different. I don't know that this, you can get to it from the description, but let me paste this where I'm at. Let's go there. So if I wander through here, I do have this piece. I printed that. I went through the LDO guide and printed what I thought I needed. I have the main board. I have this. I printed this. And then we have the emergency stop. Refer to the photos and place the power supply, wire ducts, and PCBs. Stick the antenna of the main board to the front skirt of the table. And it doesn't actually tell us where to put that. Okay, we can kind of infer where that's going to go by looking at this and grabbing some parts. Let's grab some parts and lay them underneath here and see what it's going to look like. That's electronics. Where's the power supply? Where is the power supply? Not in there. Where's the power supply? Oh, there it is. Time for a mock-up. Yep. So, if we're just looking at this, if I'm going to change this to the orientation that is the picture, which would be this way, because it looks like the panic stop, emergency e-stop button is right here. So that's what I've got here. So now, this guy goes here, which makes sense because that's the power inlet. I heard someone say that these don't fit very well. Maybe a different version? That's kind of clever. I like that. Not needing any screws into the power supply at all. It just goes like that. I'll work with Milo more. Maybe they will drag Milo kicking and screaming into doing better documentation. Yeah, no kidding. And then we have a, yeah, it does look right behind the board mount. If that's the board mount, that goes right there. Looks like there might be a little bit of space there. This probably goes right about like that. And there's probably some leeway of where it'll work okay. Yeah, it might, Ryan. Actually, a 1, 2, 3 block is going to be better for this. Yep, just put that in there right like that. So I've got 2 of these guys. And peanuts. Came back and still hitting it hard for a little bit. We might be about just a little bit from being done. Yeah, that's got to go that way. That won't fit otherwise. So 2 of those. To the side extrusion. How many more streams before you fire it up? We're guessing before we fire it up, probably 3. These will need Loctite at some point. At this moment, I'm not going to put it in yet. Put that right about there, I think. Out of her 5, I've finished my coffee. Now I have water. That's not what I want. This. How are these for? I want to check. 8mm screw. It doesn't bottom out in there, does it? No. Okay. You fire it up, you're gonna CNC a Benji. Did you polish off the Alma? I have not yet, but I've made it almost all the way through. Yeah, I basically only drink coffee at home on the weekends. So it takes me a while to get through coffee at home. Do you filter the city water or do you use bottled? Our refrigerator has a pretty decent filter built into it. Your coffee, do you have an ember mug or you just don't mind drinking cold? I don't mind drinking it cold. See how many people leave now. Okay, that is the brace. That is basically the setup there. There is a little electronics board. We want to kind of see and that's the long john thing. Where's the little electronics? This board here, where is that? I'm at 3 to 4 cups a day. I need help. I pretty much, oh, here it is. That was a long john kit, no wonder. There's an electronics. Oops, that's not what I want. So the e-stop button, the power inlet, and then a miscellaneous stuff, fans, and then this little board. So I need to remember to print some Wago mounts. So apparently I didn't. And I need to print the other Z column stuff. Okay, so this goes on here. And that does like that. And that looks like it goes right there. And that probably attaches with some M3 button heads. Just put them on. Why not? Coffee maker goes on at 5:30 and shuts off at 9. So is that not supposed to be M3s? Because that broke. I broke that tab off. Those need to be beefier if they're going to be that tight. Let's make sure I was actually supposed to use M3s. I think so. Let's go here. Can't really tell there. But if we go back, do you find those printed parts that go in the cutouts on the side of the column? I did not. I'm gonna have to, oh come on, go back. I'm gonna have to go looking or reprinting. Required parts, this is parts. So below deck wiring, let's go to the, is this the inverter wire? Install the inverter, that's the VFD, right? PSCD expansion board. Oh, here it is. M3x8. Yeah, this part needs some revision. those need to either be a big giant chamfer to increase the surface area there, or maybe those hole sizes need adjusted, because those immediately break. That's just too little. That's just too little surface area around there for that to try to thread a M3 in there, and it just snaps it on the layer lines. Okay, well that's fine. That's there, and then for this is the controller. So it has interesting little push terminal blocks, little spring-loaded push blocks that I haven't seen on a 3D printer controller yet. This goes on here like this. Yep. That is our basic layout. Is there anywhere for, is there an antenna for this? Does the antenna stay inside and get enough signal? Yeah, there's an antenna. There's our stepper drivers. I was a little worried about that. How secure those are. Test those screws too. These are going to use little self-tappers to hold in. I mean, it's the same concern, but is that because these aren't M3s? Yeah, they are. Let's see. Where's the self-tappers? Oh, there's a whole thing of self-tappers. That's these. What do we use to hold those in? M2x10 self-tappers. These guys on the bottom. Don't make the same mistake I did with those terminal blocks. I thought they clicked down the first time I used them. They don't. You press, insert the wire, and release. That's what I did assume that they were press, insert the wire, and release though. That's how I assumed they worked. Is to press it, insert the wire, and then release. Let's see. This is probably a good idea to test. Just in case I got to Yep. That went through, but it did snap right there. I don't know if you could hear that. Yep, that one did too. You can see that line there is where it snapped. It's working because it goes past that into where it actually has to fasten in. But I think barring looking at this for where any interferences might be, just larger bosses would, whoops, would take care of that. These pliers on them worked off when the tab shot across the room. Trying to go slow. Yep, there, that one just broke. And that one didn't get far enough to where it'll finish off. So that needs some tweaks, which means I'm done with that because I don't need to put the rest in and have more of them that I have to worry about getting removed. Okay, so it looks like this mount needs tweaked and reprinted. This mount needs tweaked and reprinted. I need to reprint or find the cable chain stuff that goes on the side of the Z. I got a little bit of homework. But beyond that, we're at 5 hours. So I think we're going to call it. Tuesday, we're back on the Green V2, Tuesday evening or afternoon, my time. We will be getting into starting to get the electronics base sorted out. Get the Leviathan installed and start working on umbilical wiring and stuff. So here is our progress today. So this table is at least done. That's cool. I love this color. I'm very happy with the color. So got that. And I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. So stepper on. Got a couple of brackets to put in here. And then this will be able to go on top of the X and Y axis we've worked on before. Thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone who's still hanging out. Thanks to LDO for providing the kit and the CNC starter set giveaway. And thanks to Polymaker for letting me continue to give away filament. And thanks for everyone who gifted memberships, became members, hung out all day, gave me advice, worked through it. So we will see you hopefully on Tuesday. Otherwise, next Sunday, we'll be back on this. So take care, everyone. Hope you have a good rest of your week and enjoy the build. Bye.